All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a great weekend. We're about to begin in class. Today, we're going to be reviewing for our test tomorrow. We have a test in Bible over the last 3 lessons, lesson 4 to 6. Okay, we're going to be reviewing that. It doesn't look like the distant learners are quite on, so hopefully you guys see this later. If not, text or email me, and I'll send that test to you. And just a reminder that we do have that test tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to be going over our notes, going over some things for that, and then we'll have that test tomorrow. But before we start, we're going to pray. Any prayer requests? Same thing, unspoken family cancer. Any updates on it?
She's, I think, going into surgery. Not completely sure.
To see if they can get it out.
But, yeah.
All right, so pray for Kylie's family member as they're going to have that surgery this week, you said? Hopefully.
Pretty sure it's not.
Hopefully.
Always.
Pray for it to be haste in getting that appointment, hopefully this week. Also, guidance for the doctors. Emma?
My grandfather and my uncle. He's going in tomorrow for the results.
All right, pray for Emma's grandfather for his results, and her uncle going the thing with his arm and his leg now. Pray for that. That'd be tough, man. I can't imagine. Nope. Wouldn't want to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Today's my aunt
Your aunt has leukemia? Is it like didn't have any surgery or don't know yet?
No, she's getting better.
She's getting better right now. All right, pray for Jaylene. Also, her aunt has leukemia, getting better at the moment, so we'll continue to pray for that to keep on going. All right, let's pray, and then we'll get some review for the test. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this wonderful day, Lord. A little chillier than we're used to, but we're thankful that we're able to be here. Thankful that school's open, everyone's able to be here, and we have heat in the classroom. Things that we can be thankful for, Lord, that maybe we're not thinking about on other days. I thank you for all the students, for the time and dedication they put in to being here in school and to be getting good grades. Continue to bless them educationally through high school, but also later on as we have some seniors with college or whatever career they're pursuing. Bless them in that and whatever you may have for them in the future. Also, please help some special requests we have today. Please help Kylie, as her family member has cancer, and they're going through a lot, but hopefully they can have their procedures soon, Lord, and they can have surgery and be able to get rid of everything that's affecting her or that's has cancer, Lord. Please bless that situation, bless the doctors, and again, haste the process of getting in there so they can get it done as soon as they can. Also, please help her unspoken, Lord. Please help Emma with her grandfather, Lord, as they're getting the test results this week. Please bless those results, be able to help them to come back negative, Lord, and him to be able to start continuing getting better. Also, please help her uncle going through a tough time, obviously with his arm and leg, Lord. Please bless him in this situation. It's not easy. I could never even imagine. Something I take for granted probably every day. I'm sure most of us do, but having all of our limbs. Not really something we think about, oh, tomorrow am I going to have both of my legs? But please bless him, Lord, through that, maybe the stress and confusion he might have. Please help him with whatever situations he needs help in. Also, please help Jaylene, her aunt, as she has leukemia, Lord, but she's getting better. Please continue to bless her and heal her through this process. Please help all the students, as maybe they have unspokens or family members sick or things going on. I'm sure we all do. Please bless them and give them a great week this week. Give them wisdom and strength through whatever challenges they may have coming this week, Lord. And in Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right. Unit Test 2. It's over the preparations for Christ's ministry. All right, I'm going to go over, again, I don't want this class to be extremely hard, like educational-wise, like verses. Okay, I help you out way more than any other Bible teacher does. Mr. Moyer for 7th and 8th grade. Okay, guess how many blanks they get on verses? 0. All right, so be ready for that. I've been trying to warm you guys up to it. Okay, but you will start seeing more blanks every week. Okay, but I'm trying to help you guys out. Remember, I said in the beginning of the year, I didn't want Bible to be, hey, you're stressing about your grade. Okay, because it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be able to time that you get to listen and learn about the Bible, about God's Word. And obviously in our class, about Christ. Okay, that's what it's mainly for. Obviously, we do have to have some things to test your memory, to test your learning abilities, to test what you have learned. Are you paying attention with that? But we're going to be reviewing for our tests today. Okay, I'm going to go through most of the questions, maybe not word for word, but go through most of them, and then we will be done for a day. We'll have that test most likely tomorrow. I'll let you know at the end of class. We'll see. Did someone just knock? Come in. They should just open it. Hello? Oh, thank you. It's my water. Thank you so much. You guys have a great day. Okay, so let's review. If you want to pull out a sheet of paper so you can write down these review questions so you can have them. I mean, if you are like, man, I can listen to you and I know what's on it, kudos to you. Okay, but if you need something to help you, okay, write it down. Yes, ma'am. Extra credit for study sheet. I usually do in history. I'm thinking, yeah. If you do a study sheet and it's pretty good, I'll give you a little bonus. Again, I don't give you a ton of bonus for study sheets. It's not like I'm just going to like, hey, let's up your grade from a B to an A. Okay, but I do give you 1 to 3 points usually. I've actually typed in, I noticed it right away, but sometimes I put like 1001. It's supposed to be 101.
I got like a 9,000% one.
Yeah, they're supposed to be like a 90.
I didn't realize until the end of the year, so my grade was like just amazing.
Yeah, I usually notice it right away, but. All right.
If I had make that mistake for me to not catch it,
No, or else your grade would be extremely high.
I'd be pretty beneficial, man.
He said, oh, you want me to not get it. Oh. Oh.
Money would be used to do that. Like, precisely. I know you wouldn't crack a 90 under a certain amount of money. So what's that? $3 million.
Man, you can ask my friends and my wife. I'm expensive.
Hey, go on.
Like to be bribed, it's a pretty penny. Usually I make an unrealistic price because then people are like, oh, that's stupid, but that's the point.
I tried to buy something. It was $100 per coin. I came and I tried to buy a coin off it and said no. I bought the money and everything.
I'm expensive. I'll just say that. Reese's. Actually, you guys don't know what my favorite candy bar is. I'm assuming you don't know. It's called a Moose Munch bar. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that. I know they have them someplace out. Have you guys ever heard of Harry and David's?
Yeah.
There's a few of them out here. There's not really many, but it's like really, it came from Michigan, and it's like they have a bunch of different stuff like salsa, popcorn, kettle corn, caramel corn, and then they have like candies, chocolate covered peanuts. They have these candy bars called Moose Munch bars. It's not. I promise you it's not. It's really good. And it has this Moose Munch bar, and so it's like you have milk chocolate or dark chocolate on the outside, or there's like Oreo ones, stuff like that. But then on the inside, it's like a truffle. So it has like the truffle mousse chocolate on the inside, also with like 1 piece of caramel corn and like a few other things. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
Their money price per coin.
And I don't know, man.
Give me an amount.
I don't know. I just don't think I have one.
No, you don't have one. Like, I think of like $3 trillion. You probably.
I mean, sure, yeah, I probably would.
But like, what is like?
There is. People that say otherwise are lying. All right, here we go. Okay, first section, 1 through 7 is true and false. Okay, so here's some true and false questions.
Hold on, let me write this down.
Are we not doing it? Is it modified?
Nope, these ones are just true and false. History's modified true and false usually. Bible usually is just true and false. Yes, ma'am. Quizzes in your class? No, we had a quiz Friday. Didn't we? A government quiz on Friday? Pretty sure we did, yeah. No quizzes today. I think we had 2 quizzes in both my classes Friday. Pretty sure. I'm assuming no, because she would probably have tried to review, and you guys, yeah, like a quick class and then nothing. Yeah, I think you have a quiz tomorrow. All right, here we go. True and false. All right, I'm going to ask them these ones pretty much word for word. Okay, I'm going to not repeat the question, so maybe you might have to summarize the question. Okay, just know what it's about. But here we go. According to John the Baptist, Jesus Christ was a thought in the mind of God from the beginning. According to John the Baptist, Jesus Christ was a thought in the mind of God from the beginning of time. It is false. Okay, remember this was like the ideas of other religions. Okay, but John the Baptist obviously says in what? John 1:1. And the Word was God, saying, hey, Jesus wasn't a thought in the beginning, but he was there in the beginning. Okay, because the Word, it says the Word was with God. Okay, he wasn't in the mind of God. It says he was with God, means standing by. Remember we talked about the word among is actually among us. Okay, those words in between, okay, meaning literally there, standing face to face. Remember I was talking about that? How it meant face to face. Okay, so that is false. Okay, John the Baptist talked about how he was literally there. Other religions talk about how it was just in the mind. Okay, yes ma'am. False. Okay, then let's go. All of Christ's disciples followed him immediately after they believed in him. True. Okay, he said, follow me, and they obeyed. Disciples. Come on, Emma. You are a senior. It's okay. Grading the 6th graders' tests is pretty comical. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like plateaus, a lot of them are putting like Plattos. Huh? It's true. Next question. The method that one uses in witnessing does not matter. Any method used consistently will be effective for every person. It is false. Okay? Hint on true and false. Not just this class, but almost any class. If you ever see words of things that are like, it only gives you one option, like all or every or like every single time, okay, usually it's false. Okay, anytime a question is like all in, it usually means it's false. Just food for thought. Testing abilities, it's actual real thing. So it is false. Obviously, what do we need for the gospel to be effective? Holy Spirit. Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses deny the eternal preexistence of Christ as a person. It is true. Okay, so you can put Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses deny Christ. Okay, it is true. Okay, next. When John wrote, in the beginning, he was referring to the first days of Christ's earthly ministry. It's false. What was he talking about? The beginning of what? Okay, the beginning of time. The beginning with God. When he said in the beginning was the Word, so the words in the beginning, the question said, when he said in the beginning, he was referring to Christ's beginning of his earthly ministry, which is false. In the beginning, in John 1:1, remember we're talking about in the beginning he was with God. So from all eternity, he's been there with God. Because the Word was with God, the Word was God in the beginning. Did you get it now? All right. Next question. The Greek word for witness is connected with the meaning of the English word martyr. It is true. So you could put witness equals martyr. True.
Oh, I put Greek word witness in the chat. This is so much easier to tell. You want to write my study sheet?
What, when summarizing?
Yeah.
I've wrote my fair share of study sheets.
You want to write mine?
No. I think this is the last one. Okay, the Pharisees thought that perhaps John the Baptist was Elijah. It's true. What are some of the other people they thought he was? And the Messiah. Okay, obviously he used different words like you're the prophets or one of the prophets. You're Elias or Elijah. You're the Messiah. Obviously he said no to all of them. Okay, that is it for the true and false section. 7 questions in there. All right, we're going to start moving a little faster. Okay, the next 2 sections you have matching A and matching B. Okay, so if you want to put first matching section, this is what the directions say, okay, because they're both a little different. The first section is 8 through 14, and the direction says match each definition with the letter of the word on the right that it defines. Okay, so match each definition with the letter of the word on the right that it defines. Okay, so I'm going to give you one example, and then I'm going to give you all the things you need to know. All right, I'm not going to read every single question on these ones. Okay, so for example, one of them says the Greek term for word. Okay, you have matching. Okay, and I'd go in the matching, pretty common sense, and logos. That was the word we talked about that meant the word. Okay, Greek word for word is logos. Okay, that's how it's going to be. Okay, you're defining the words. Okay, now I'm going to tell you all the words that you need to know. So you have to go in your notes or booklet, whatever you guys took it on. Okay, you need to know who Christ was. Okay, he was the anointed one. I'll give you a hint for that one. That one should be pretty easy. Okay, you need to know what confess means. Okay, we talked about confess. Okay, when someone's confessing, it means to say the same thing. Remember, when we confess to Jesus, we don't say just a broad term or thing. We say, hey, specifically, like, hey, I stole the cookie from the cookie jar. Okay, for a reference. Does that make sense? Okay, you need to know I am. God calls himself, or what name does he use for himself in the Old Testament? I am. And you know what incarnation means? We should know that one. Incarnation means in the flesh, or when God became flesh. Okay, logos, I already said. You need to know theistic evolution. Theistic evolution. I'll help you out with this one. Might be a little harder that you don't remember. It's the idea that God created all things over long periods of time. Okay, pretty easy if you really think about it. Theistic, the belief in God. Evolution is like the creation of something. Okay, theistic evolution is the idea that God created all things over long periods of time. And then we have a theophany. Okay, what was a theophany? There you go. Remember, theophany is when God, I'm going to tell you, when God reveals himself to man, but not in a physical form. Okay, so like example, in the Old Testament, when Moses and the Israelites are walking in the wilderness, what did God show them? Okay, not quite. Yes, but different. What did he walk with the Israelites as? A cloud and then a burning pillar. Okay, those two things. Okay, so that's one example of a theophany. That's one example. There's plenty of examples. Okay, but no, a theophany is when God makes himself visible, but not in a physical form. Okay, kind of like with Moses in the mountain, right? God revealed himself. Obviously, he's too bright. Moses couldn't look upon him. Okay, but he revealed himself in that. The burning bush was another one. Okay, there's plenty of other ones. Okay, that's the first matching section. The second matching section is questions 15 to 24. Okay, this one should be a little bit easier. Okay, it's match each person or group on the right with the appropriate event or characteristic on the left. Okay, so you're going to have people and you're going to have to match them with what, either who they were, what they did. Okay, here's the people or groups of people. You have Andrew, Christ, Elijah. Remember Elijah, the Jews thought he had returned as John the Baptist because they thought John the Baptist was Elijah. Okay, you have the Jews. Okay, remember, don't mix up the Jews and the Levites. Okay, the Jews were the general term for religious leaders in Israel. Remember that when the Bible referenced the religious leaders, they just say the Jews. Okay, the Levites were who? Okay, make sure they were chosen by God to work in the temple. That's the difference. Okay, you have John the Baptist. That one should be pretty easy. Remember we talked about the phrase, a voice crying out in the wilderness. Okay, John the Baptist, that one's pretty easy. Levites, as we just mentioned. Okay, they were chosen by God to be or servants in the temple. Nathaniel. Okay, this one might be a little tricky, but process of elimination. Remember, okay, Jesus called him as an Israelite who had no guile. Okay, Nathaniel was an Israelite that God said, hey, you are an Israelite indeed. Okay, you are without guile. So those are hints on that one. Okay, you need to know who Peter is. Okay, pretty easy on that one. Okay, in the test it's going to say name was given by Jesus. Okay, remember Jesus called Peter who? He changed his name to Cephas. Okay, so Peter, description exactly from the book is name was changed by Jesus. Okay, we need to know the Pharisees. Okay, that one should be pretty easy. Okay, they're hypocritical. They were spiritual outward, but they were not spiritual inward. Okay, that's what a Pharisee was. They knew a lot of Scripture in the Bible and what to do, but they did it outwardly, but they didn't really believe it or have it change their heart. And lastly, Philip. Okay, Philip found Nathanael under what? Fig tree. Philip found Nathanael under a fig tree. You don't need to know that. It's matching. So you're just matching the name with the description or the thing. Okay, those are all the names. Does anyone need me to repeat those? Did we get them? Okay. So after that, okay, we're going to have some short answer. Okay, so the first short answer. See how much time we got? Yes, ma'am. Which ones? Oh, it is from question 25 to 37. Some of them, I think 2 of them are going to be like list 3 things. Okay, and we'll go over it here in a second. To 37. So about, I think there's 9 or 10 questions, but some of them are like those list 3 things. Okay, so here we go. Complete the following word from the old hymn. God said it, I believe it, and okay, we talked about this was more in your book as well. Okay, God said it, I'll help you out. So complete the following words from an old hymn. This was in your reading. Remember, sometimes on these tests and quizzes, they can be over the reading and the notes. Okay, so complete the following words from an old hymn. God said it, I believe it, and that settles it for me. Okay, God said it, I believe it, and that settles it for me. Yep. Okay, complete the following words from an old hymn. God said it, I believe it, and that settles it for me. You just need to know the last part. It gives you the first 2 parts. You just need to know that settles it for me. Okay, next question. To whom do the words us and our in the statement, let us make man in our image in Genesis 1:26 refer? The Trinity, good. Okay, so ask what does or whom does the words us and our in Genesis 1:26 mean? And saying let us make man in our image. Okay, it references to the Trinity. Okay, God's saying let us make man in our, okay, in my image, in the image of Jesus, God the Father, and the Holy Spirit. Okay, so the answer is the Trinity. So you could put like us / our and let us make man in our image equals the Trinity. Okay, number 27. Okay, next question. To what event does the phrase, the Word was made flesh in John 1:14 refer? Okay, yes, but what was that term we used for the birth? The incarnation of Christ. All right, if you put birth of Christ, you're not wrong, so I'll probably give you half credit, but we're looking for that specific term. Okay, so you could say the Word was made flesh refers to the incarnation of Christ. Okay, just remember that, the incarnation. We spent that whole lesson talking about the importance of it, what it means. Okay, this one should be pretty easy. We had a verse on it. What did John the Baptist declare himself unworthy to do? To loosen the latches of Christ's sandals, okay? That's all you need. You could say loosen the latches of Christ. You could say unbuckle his shoe. If it's not exactly, I'll probably give it to you. Okay, but just know it's to loosen the latches of Christ. He thought he deemed himself unworthy. Okay, next question is that first question is straight from the quiz. Okay, that has three things. Okay, according to A.W. Tozer, what three things were causes of the Pharisees' attitude of spiritual superiority? Okay, yep. Remember we had this straight from the quiz and it's from the reading. Okay, the first one is unbelief. Yes, there's three things. You don't need to list the three things. You have unbelief, disobedience, and ignorance of the Scriptures. Okay, so it says, according to A.W. Tozer, what three things were causes of the Pharisees' attitude of spiritual superiority? Okay, unbelief, disobedience, and ignorance of the Scriptures. Next question. Okay, again, not perfectly in order, but pretty close. What word best characterized the ministry of John the Baptist? Okay, humble, humility. Okay, if you can't remember the exact term, you can say all about Jesus and not about himself. Okay, but it's about that humble humility of John. Because remember, in writing of the book of John, he doesn't talk about himself. Okay, he's always talking about Jesus. He doesn't use his word to describe Jesus. He uses Jesus' word to allow him to show who Jesus is. Okay, so what word describes the book of John? Okay, humble or humility. Okay, what did John the Baptist publicly declare Jesus to be? The Lamb of God. John publicly said, hey, this is the Lamb of God, the King of Israel. Okay, how did John the Baptist recognize Jesus as the Messiah? So at what point did he recognize Jesus to be the Messiah? Okay, in the Bible, we see at the point when John baptized Jesus, okay, John saw all three of the beings of God. He saw God the Father shown by a light. Okay, he saw the Holy Spirit shown as a dove unto his shoulder, and then he saw, obviously, the Son of God in body in front of him. Okay, so just know the answer to that one. How did John the Baptist recognize Jesus as the Messiah? Okay, he saw the Spirit descend upon him. He saw the Spirit descend upon him. Okay, then we have another list 3. You have list the 3 methods of witnessing. So list the 3 methods of witnessing exhibited by Christ in the calling of his disciples. So list the 3 methods of witnessing exhibited by Christ in the calling of his disciples. Okay, you have what? There's 3 things. Preaching, personal work, and circumstance. All right, I may give you bonus. I'm not going to tell you, and we're not going to say it out loud. Okay, if you can match who we talked about, matches those 3 things. Okay, so who did we talk about? Don't say it out loud. Esther and Michelle. Did not say it out loud. Who did we talk about in our notes and in the reading that was reached through preaching? Okay, who was reached through circumstance, and also who was reached through personal work. If you can list those things, I may give you a little bit bonus on the test. All right, that is it for the short answers. Any questions?
Yeah.
Remember, 3 of them are worth 3. So like that one was like, which one was it? One of them is like 29, 30, and 31. And that last one's 35, 36, 37. That's what I meant. There's only like 9 or 10 questions. But so like if you say you only know 2 of them, you'll get 1 question wrong. rather than the whole thing wrong. All right, the next part is multiple choice. This part should be pretty easy. Okay, most of it's reviewing things we've already answered. Okay, so we have, what does incarnation mean? Okay, in the flesh. It means in the flesh. Incarnation means in the flesh. That was the first question, number 38. Again, I'm not reading them. Oh, sorry, 38 to 45. There's about 7 or 8 of them. Okay, then you have, what does the Greek word for dwelt mean? Okay, we have imagined, templed, tabernacled, or terraced. Is tabernacle. Remember we talked about how God dwelt with man, going back, referencing in the Old Testament when the tabernacle was with them in the wilderness, traveling with them. Okay, that's where God dwelt among man. Okay, the tabernacle. Okay, the holiday that best commemorates the incarnation is Christmas. That one should be pretty easy. Incarnation is God being made flesh when Jesus was born, the incarnation, which is Christmas. Okay, the glory of God refers to his history, reputation, graces and attributes, or testimony. The glory of God refers to his history, reputation, graces and attributes, or testimony. Graces and attributes. Okay, so like the being of God, his attributes, who he is. Okay, he's omniscient, all-knowing, he's all-powerful, omnipotent. Okay, he's unchanging, immutable. Okay, the animal most closely associated with the ministry of John the Baptist would be what? A donkey, a dove, a lion, or an eagle. Okay, I'll reread it. This is a new question. There's some new ones. Okay, the animal most closely associated with the ministry of John the Baptist would be the... Okay, so think about it. What was the word we used for John the Baptist? Remember we talked about, we already talked about the test. He was humble. Okay, so out of those animals, yes, and we see it in the showing of the Holy Spirit through a dove. Okay, so what animal most closely associated with the ministry of John the Baptist? He was as a dove. Okay, as a messenger, right? He wasn't bold like a lion. He wasn't working hard or being used like a donkey. He wasn't an eagle soaring high, okay, spreading his wings. He was as a dove, a messenger bird. Okay, quiet and humble. Okay, the Jews thought that perhaps John the Baptist was, this one should be pretty easy, Adam, Enoch, Daniel, or the Messiah. That one's pretty easy. Just know the Jews thought that perhaps John the Baptist was, remember we talked about who he could be, Moses, Elias, or the Messiah. Well, in the question you have Adam, Enoch, Daniel, or the Messiah. Should be pretty easy. Okay, Jesus said to Philip, "Come and see, you will be a rock, I am, or follow me." What did Jesus say to Philip? Remember, by circumstance, he bumped into him and said, "Follow me." And then Philip did. Okay, and lastly, the doctrines of the preexistence and incarnation of Christ both support his humanity, humility, his deity, or his miracles. His deity. Okay, they both support the deity of Christ. That Jesus is God. Make sure our phones are away, or else I will take them. Okay, I'm helping you on the test, so no one should be getting a bad grade. Unless of ignorance and laziness. Yes, and there is an essay. I'm about to say the essay right now, word for word. Are you ready? Okay, the question is not long. Okay, the content may be a little bit longer, depending on how you describe it, but the question is not long. Okay, explain, and we've already had an essay similar. Explain the importance of the doctrines. So explain the importance of the doctrines of the pre-existence and the incarnation of Christ to our salvation. Okay, so we've had 2 quizzes, one on the pre-existence, and we've also had one on the incarnation. All right. So basically there's 2 answers to this. First, explain the importance of the pre-existence and its importance to our salvation, what it means. We talked about that in the notes and in your reading. I believe that was lesson 4. Okay, and then we talked about in the incarnation, talk about the importance of the incarnation, okay, to our salvation. Yes. Explain the importance of the doctrines of the pre-existence and the incarnation of Christ to our salvation. Okay, so basically you're going to have 2 sections, 2 paragraphs. Okay, one describes pre-existence, the importance of incarnation. All right, that is it for the test, and that is also it for our class. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. I'll send that test to you probably today. Okay, that will be due tomorrow. Yes. All right, last week we ended talking about, well, let's just do some review. Let's see. We talked about some different positions of the president. Okay, let's start here for review. All right, we talked about how the president has the power to enter into treaties with foreign nations. Okay, we mentioned that. That was under how, like, diplomat, because we talked about all the different positions of him, diplomat, chief of legislator, all those. So last we talked about was the diplomat, chief of diplomat, and also obviously the chief commander or commander-in-chief. Okay, but with some of the roles of him, okay, over the president, over some of his positions. Okay, I'm just reviewing some notes if you don't have them. Okay, the president has power to enter into treaties over foreign nations. What is a treaty? It is a formal agreement between the nations. We talked about some specific treaties and their effects on the nation. Okay, first we had START, which is the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Okay, we need to know these because we will have a quiz over this stuff this week. Okay, this was a treaty obviously signed by the U.S., Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. I'm saying that wrong, but whatever. 1992. We also had another famous treaty, which was what? Okay, yes, the Treaty of Versailles. This is the most famous refusal to approve a presidential treaty. Okay, the other one was accepted, most famous treaty that was signed. Okay, this was the most famous treaty that was refused. Okay, because it included an agreement to establish an international organization for world peace, which is known as the League of Nations. Okay, with these treaties and the president's ability to influence them, okay, he has a thing called, okay, we're talking executive branch. Okay, when he makes with a treaty or overpowers a treaty or agreement, it's called an executive agreement. Okay, this was, I believe, the last note we mentioned. Informal agreement entered into by the president and the leader of foreign national by their representatives. Okay, did we do the next two notes as well? Yeah. The commander-in-chief? And we did do war powers resolution? All right. So we're only doing a few notes. We're just introducing the next section, the president's team. Okay, some people that assist him. Okay, then we'll be done for today. Just do a little bit today and then have some notes. All right, but we also talked about him being commander-in-chief. Okay, obviously he is like, okay, if a mission is going on or he has to make the call on an attack or anything like that, say we're attacked, okay, he is the one that goes into the sector with the attorney general and a bunch of other advisors, okay, and he is the one who leads that. We also talked about the War Powers Resolution. It was designed to limit from 60 to 90 days a time a president could keep American forces involved in a foreign conflict without the approval of Congress. Okay, so he'd have that little period of time called a War Power Resolution. Okay, but we're going to talk about some of the... Before the 20th century, presidents did most of their official work themselves. Okay, it was not until 1857 that the president was provided with a personal secretary paid for by the taxpayers. Okay, Abraham Lincoln often answered his own mail, and Grover Cleveland answered the White House telephone. Okay, what was the main reason why, okay, presidents would be able to do everything on their own back then? What? Less to worry about. Okay, the country was smaller. There was way less population. All right, so they were capable. Yeah, as I say, there's a lot more things in the details, but it just started with population area. But with that, obviously, in technology and growth of the world, okay, there's just a lot of stuff that goes on. Okay, one man can't just do it all by himself. He can't check his own mail and read all of his mail personally anymore. Okay, but we see that even before, all the way until 1857. Today, the president cannot... Okay, all these duties we just talked about, he would not be able to accomplish his job in entirety, okay, if he had to do all these little things and tasks. Okay, it takes hundreds of employees to assist him. along with an entourage of aides, bodyguards, and sophisticated transportation and communication equipment. Okay, it took 3 presidential assassinations before Congress in 1906 authorized the U.S. Secret Service, okay, to protect the president. So we see 1906. This is when the Secret Service, someone's phone is out. As long as it's in the bag, make sure it's in your bag. It's fine. I'd rather it be in the bag than out. You know, that's where it has to be. All right, so we see Secret Service came to be in what time? What year? You just said it. Secret Service came to be in
1967.
close. 19. Nope. 1906. 1906. You might want to write that as a side note. Okay, maybe bonus. Maybe. Okay, Secret Service came to be in 1906. After how many assassinations? 3 presidential assassinations. Okay, the 2 most important presidential institutions that assist the president are, we have first the executive office of the president and the president's cabinet. Okay, because the president's cabinet does little to carry out the president's policy agenda, it will be discussed with. Okay, so we have the first organization is the executive office of the president, known as the EOP. Executive Office of the President, EOP. Okay, this is a complex of separate agencies which was created by Congress in 1939 by every presidential administration since then. Okay, so since 1939, change this role, the person that's in this job all the time. Okay, traditionally, the most important offices and agencies within the EOP have been the White House office. Okay, so maybe these are some side notes that we're going to be going over these in a second after you write this term down. Okay, things that are included in, this is the general term, Executive Office of the President. Okay, but there's a lot of different roles and positions in this. Does that make sense? Yes. Everyone ready? All right. So what does the EOP include? Okay, we have the White House office. Okay, National Security Council. The Office of Management and Budget. Okay, again, all these roles and jobs. Okay, even these, this isn't, so White House office obviously isn't just one job. Okay, there's a lot of jobs that persist in that. Then you have National Security Council, a lot of jobs persist in that, or consist in that. Okay, you have Office Management and Budget, Council of Economic Advisors. Okay, you have the Office of Science and Technology, and the Office of the United States Trade Representatives. Okay, all of these offices have a head, or they are like the leader of these offices. Okay, those would be the people that meet with the president. So say, hey, the head of the White House offices. Okay, that person would meet with the president, and then he would delegate from the president to the other people under him. Does that make sense? Basically how a normal job would work. Yes, sir. I'm still waiting. You're good. Okay, so we're only going to break down a few of these. Okay, then we are going to be done for today. Okay, I told you we were just doing a little bit of notes today. Give you guys some homework. Okay, but we have the White House office. Okay, this is the president's closest personal and political staff. They oversee the routine affairs of the White House. Okay, to make sure the White House is running efficiently, make sure everyone's doing their job. All right, they communicate to the president, say, hey, this is going on. Hey, this is a problem. Hey, this isn't a problem. Hey, this is what happened today. All right, this is the job of the White House office. The White House office includes numerous special assistants, counselors, and secretaries who oversee these affairs. Okay, the top officials of the White House office assist and advise the president in such areas as foreign affairs, relations with the Congress, political and economic matters, and communication with the news media. Okay, so you have the president. Okay, then you have these different positions under this White House office. They're all closest to the president. They have meetings with the president. Okay, these would be the people that maybe would meet him in the morning or when he's free. President would say, hey, this is what's going on. This is what we need to get done. And maybe he doesn't know things that are going on. So like the leader of news media, okay, the one that talks and communicates, okay, he's the that he would go, hey, this is something that's going on. These are questions people are going to. All right, so they would communicate with the president in these roles that would serves the president in money, right, that a military staff serves a general. The White House staff also includes the press secretary and the president's personal physician. Okay, altogether, the White House office includes several hundred people. Most of them have offices in the West Wing of the White House, where the Oval Office, or the president's personal office, is located. Okay, again, they're close to the president. These are like, hey, I need help. These are my advisors. These are people that need to meet me. If something bad happens and we need a quick meeting, they need to be right there so we can like meet right away. All right, these are all the people. Press secretary. Okay, you have the chief assistant. All these people in this group. Okay, we have probably the most known in the White House office. If you want to write this as a side note or something you need to know, is called, or the one that leads this White House office is led by the president's chief of staff. Chief of staff. Okay, that's the most highlighted role. Okay, this is like the right-hand man, obviously not the vice president. Okay, the vice president has his duties. He's obviously serving as well. But like, how could you compare this? Okay, like in Megamind, you have Megamind and then Minion. Yes? Okay, this is like Minion. The chief of staff is your minion. He's the one that's always there. He's the one to like, hey, Mr. President, maybe you don't want to say this. Maybe we should say it this way. Hey, we have to look at this, Mr. President. Okay, this is that minion. He's always morally supporting the president. Okay, but sometimes he's there to like contradict him to say, hey, are you sure that's the best thing? All right, he's to keep the president, like flickered, to keep the president on his toes, to keep the president, hey, always informed, always going. This is the chief of staff. Okay, that right-hand man. His job is to bring organization and discipline to the White House staff. Often the chief of staff will act as a doorkeeper into determining whom the president will and will not see daily. Okay, so another part of their job, as I just read, okay, say all these people, again, a lot of people I'm sure want to meet the president, whether for important reasons or not. Okay, so they'll say, hey, you'll get to meet Mr. President. If it's important, all right, come on in. If it's not, hey, wait in this office until he can get to you. Okay, because he has a lot of stuff going on. Okay, but this is what the chief of staff does. Okay, H.R. Hadelman. Okay, he was Richard Nixon's chief of staff. He earned the nickname the Berlin Wall for his close guard of the Oval Office door. Okay, we all have heard, I'm sure, a little bit of the Berlin Wall. Okay, when it's torn down, Gorbachev tear down that wall, all that stuff. Okay, that's what this chief of staff was known as. Okay, he was known as, hey, no one's really talking to the president. President has his job, stay away. All right, but the chief of staff's job, okay, say it's an important conversation. Okay, he's the one that's supposed to get people to talk to the president with that. But obviously certain ones might not think any of it's important, so they just keep them away. Okay, but that's the White House office. Okay, the next one we're going to talk about is the Office of Management and Budget. The Office of Management and Budget, known as the OMB. This is best known for its role in planning the federal government's annual budget. Pretty common sense. Okay, they assist in the president in developing the nation's overall fiscal policy. Okay, you'll want to know that term. Fiscal policy. Okay, this office also helps with policy relating to financial affairs, record keeping, budgeting, and collecting the dispersion of funds. Okay, the federal government's fiscal year, okay, known as a financial year, begins October 1st and runs through September 30th of the next year. For example, the fiscal year is 2011, began October 1st, 2010, and ran through September 30th, 2011. That is a fiscal year. Sir? You're right. I missed a number.
Oh, okay. I thought it was out of
Oh, it's just out of order. Let me fix that real quick. I don't know how that happened. Yeah. I'm just gonna, somehow they got out of order. Should be good now. Sorry about that. Chief of Staff leaves the White House office. Okay, the Office of Management and Budget. Another important function of this Office of Management and Budget is the coordination of the various agencies within the executive branch. The OMB assists the president in maintaining unity and cooperation among the various agencies under his jurisdiction. Okay, also carries out numerous administrative and organizational duties for the president. All right, so these are the offices we're going to talk about today. All right, the ones we talked about, we'll pick up the rest tomorrow. Okay, any questions on these offices? Okay, again, these are jobs elected officially. Okay, these are jobs that will be filled. Okay, so a lot of times when a new president comes in, he'll keep the staff for the time being. Okay, but then he'll say, all right, we need to change this. And again, remember we talked about where they don't really fire people unless they have a reason to. It's more like, hey, I'm mandating your resignation. Like, all right, Jacob, you've served us well. Okay, I would like to, you need to turn in your resignation in the morning. Okay, it's not like, hey, I'm firing you, but you're basically fired. All right, but that's what the president does. Once they get in, okay, they want people. Okay, so they want a chief of staff. They want all these offices to help and assist who? Him. Okay, and if there's people in there from the last office, okay, that's why they keep them at first. Maybe they are useful, but maybe if it's someone in and they're not going to really be on board with me, all right, obviously you have to get rid of them and get someone new to fill in that job. Okay, those are the offices we're going to talk about today. Okay, know that fiscal policy as well. Yes, ma'am. Fiscal policy is that same idea. It's like the idea of assisting the president in developing the nation's official fiscal policy. It's relating to the financial affairs, record keeping, budgeting, okay, all those things within that. That's the fiscal policy. All of it tied into one. Budgeting, management, anything with that. Any other questions? Okay, I am grading your guys' essays. Obviously, it's going to take a little time reading through all of them. Okay, not too bad so far. Okay, so I'm going to continue grading those. Okay, for tonight, there's no homework. You guys may cheer. Have a good Monday. Tomorrow, but probably Wednesday or Thursday. We'll study. Not school Wednesday, so it'll probably be Thursday. No, Veterans Day. This week, I don't really like it being on Wednesday, but it's a day off, you know? It's still a day off. It's a day off. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of, you can't really move it. Okay, usually it does Mondays, but it didn't this year. All right, it's on Wednesday. So we don't have school Wednesday. Thank you for reminding me, Noah. But we will probably have, and we'll try to review for it. If we're ready for it tomorrow, we'll review tomorrow, and the quiz will be Thursday. If not, we'll just keep on moving our notes, maybe get ahead in the notes, and then review Thursday and have the quiz Friday. That might be better for you guys not to have it after a break. All right, so no homework tonight. You may work on something else, but we'll be done for today. Listeners, if you have any questions, let me know. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, or we would if my laptop were recognized by the computer. There's no bitterness or saltiness there. Okay, moving on. All right, welcome to chemistry. Couple quick things as we get started today. First of all, we're going to be in 4.2, so make sure you're on page 63 of your supplement, page 52 of your textbook. Again, that's page 63 of your supplement, page 52 of your textbook. Couple other quick notes. Today is first day of quarter 2, okay? So your grades have reset. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you they're hundreds because that's just not how grades work. Right now, you currently have no grade, okay? Your first grade in this class will be tomorrow when you grade 10.1 and 10.2. So speaking of which, make sure you guys do that, okay? Because that'll determine what grade you actually start with, okay? So if you want to start with 100, get it done. If you want to start with a 0, good luck catching up the rest of the quarter. All right, so, sorry, just trying to be an encouragement. Anyway, so get your homework done. Keep in mind there is no school on Wednesday, and then Friday, your Chapter 4 homework is due, and you will have Quiz 4, followed by a test next week, okay, toward the end of the week. Which one? Quiz 4, Chapter 4 homework, Friday. Test will be Wednesday, Thursday of next week. Yeah. All right. We're going to talk about different types of reactions. We're talking about the classification of chemical reactions. The first type of chemical reaction we can have is called a combination reaction. It's also sometimes called a synthesis reaction. It's a reaction in which two or more substances chemically, combine to form a new substance, and generally has a form of A plus B yields AB. Okay, that's generally the form. So the formation of carbon dioxide, the formation of sodium chloride, aka salt, and the formation of, oh goodness, why did I start naming these? Calcium hydroxide. I'm going to go with it.
You said only change the subscript for Cl. We told them never do that.
What are you talking about?
Na2 to Cl subscript 2.
No, you can't change it once you know what the substance is. That's what chemically happens, though. You didn't do it to balance it. We just did it because that's what happens. To balance the equation. Context. All right, moving on. Okay? So, calcium hydroxide, which is called slaked lime, I guess. It's a compound used in mortar and plaster. So these are all different examples of combination reactions. So if we have two things combining into one thing, that's a combination reaction. Clear enough? We okay? All right, next one. Oh. What we can do, we can also undo. Why is Alt-Tab not working? What we can do, we can also undo. We call that decomposition reaction. This involves the breakdown of a single reactant compound into two or more simpler substances. This has the form of AB yields A plus B. Usually requires added energy because you have to break chemical bonds. All right, so we can do this a couple ways. The first way is electrolysis, where this is decomposition by electric current. And then we could also do thermal decomposition, which is decomposition by heat. Now, we have many different examples up here. If we take current through aluminum oxide, actually that may be aluminum 3 oxide, whatever. Aluminum oxide, I'm just going to say it that way. We can separate out the aluminum and the oxygen. If we take current and heat, we can actually break apart salt back into sodium and chlorine. We can undo the the calcium carbonate. There we go. In that method. And we can see there a couple more reactions. Okay, so that's something breaking apart. Okay, make sense? Pretty straightforward. All right. Oh, incidentally, this is actually what, this is how leavening agents make bread rise. It decomposes things so they take up more space. Anywho, that's the blue box on page 53. True. Okay. A single displacement reaction. This is when chemistry starts getting a little more interesting than, hey, stuff can combine and stuff can break apart. Okay. A single displacement, also called single replacement, substitution, or displacement reactions. Yeah, there's a lot of names for this. It involves replacing one element in a compound with another. In other words, if we had A plus BC, we would yield B plus AC. Okay. So I can replace hydrogen with sodium and create sodium hydroxide. I can replace hydrogen with zinc and get zinc chloride. I could replace silver with copper and get in that copper nitrate. And finally, we can replace that chlorine with with bromine and create just table salt and bromine. Okay, pretty straightforward. You just have one thing swapping out. Okay, I know it feels like I'm kind of racing through this. If you want to read about what all these reactions are, go for it. It's just not relevant to what we're trying to get. Okay, there are 4 categories. We've covered 3. Last one, double displacement. Basically where things swap places. Okay, the positive and negative parts of 2 ionic compounds being interchanged. This has the form of AB plus CD yields AD plus CB. In other words, if you look at equation 17, notice that the SO4 and Cl just swap places. They switch which compounds they're doing it. So since it's happening twice, it's double displacement. Does that make sense? Because you have 2 things being displaced. Okay? In single displacement, we have something free replacing something in a compound. In double displacement, we have 2 compounds displacing each other. Okay? And the last one you see, I don't know, it could really be worded either way. Either NO3 and CrO4 are trading places, or lead and potassium. Whichever way you want to look at it, everyone's just kind of trading places. So let's look at classifying these here. Okay, so you have 4 choices. Which one is this? We have 2 aluminum solid plus iron oxide as a solid yields 2 iron plus aluminum oxide. Huh? Single displacement, yes. Okay, next one. What do we have here? Combination. It's combining. What about this one? What was that? Yeah, double displacement. What about this one? Yep, decomposition. We have something breaking apart. How about here? I'm sorry? Single displacement, yes. All right, to give you guys some time to work on Chapter 4, the rest of the day is going to be a work day because that's right where I'm going to cut it because I'm going to do 4.3 tomorrow. With that, let me just mention on your homework, you guys can now do all your questions as well as problems 1 through 4. So you guys can do problems 1 through 4 and all your questions as of right now. And once we do 4.3, you guys can do that. You guys also have 10.1 and 10.2 due tomorrow, so you guys can work on that. So you guys have the remainder of class time to do your work as needed. All right? Chapter 4 homework is due on Friday. All right, I'll see you guys later.
working yet? All right, cool. Okay, we are on page 108, 5.5, repairs and upkeep. Homeowners face the expenses of frequent repairs and upkeep. Keeping the house and property in good condition helps maintain higher market value and gives more satisfaction with the home. As a guide, allow 2% of the value of the home for average annual repairs. Some years, the expenses will be less than others. If you allow several years to pass without making necessary repairs, the house will deteriorate and will require more money to repair. You may want to learn how to do several home repairs or upkeep jobs yourself. Many home improvement books give excellent directions concerning do-it-yourself repairs. If you are willing to invest time, you can save money, but some jobs such as electrical wiring and plumbing require a professional. Okay? So it tells you to allot for 2% of the home value for repairs. Like I said, sometimes, the repairs, some years are not going to be very much. Some years are going to be really expensive. For instance, right now my landlord is getting bids to replace the roof on our house. Okay? Replacing the roof on your house is going to be more expensive for that year, but then you're not going to have to pay for it for 10 to 15 more years afterwards. Okay? So you're going to have to make sure you put those funds aside, those monies aside for major repairs. Sometimes you might have a pipe break. Okay? If you have a pipe break in your house, you're going to have to make sure you pay for the plumber to fix the pipe, and then any water damage. Okay? If it's a sink where the pipe is broken, you're going to maybe have to replace all those cupboards that are attached to that sink. Okay? You may have to replace some flooring. Those are expenses involved with repairs. It says home improvement books. Nowadays we have YouTube. You can learn a lot of useful stuff on YouTube. It's not just for wasting your time watching people play video games. Okay? You can learn a lot of stuff on YouTube. Over the past several years, I've saved myself thousands of dollars by finding car repair stuff on YouTube. You can do the same thing for your house. Okay? This last summer on YouTube, I went on YouTube and I found out how to replace all these fluorescent lights up here. I replaced all the fluorescent lights in the main building for the auditorium, the hallway, and the fellowship hall with LED light bulbs. Meaning that we're going to save the church and the school thousands and thousands of dollars. I learned how to do that by watching YouTube. Okay? Some electrical stuff you may want to get an electrician to do. If it's just changing out an outlet or something like that, you can go on YouTube and learn how to do it yourself. Model problem number 1 here. Model problem number 1. Anthony Reeves owns a home valued at $104,000. Find the amount he should allow for average annual repairs. So 2% of $104,000 is $2,080. So he should be budgeting every year $2,080 for his average home repairs. Okay? Now, the thing about that is, okay, every year he's going to have to budget a different amount. Why would he have to budget a different amount every year? Because the value of the home changes. Okay? The budget of the home, or the value of the home changes. So that budget might change as well. Again, like I said, you can learn how to do some stuff on YouTube to repair stuff yourself, but you're going to trade off. Okay? It's a trade-off. You could pay someone to fix it for you, which means you're going to be paying more, but it's not going to take up any of your time. Or you could learn how to do it yourself, and it's going to take up more time, but it's going to save you money. So which is more important? If you have the time and you can learn how to do it, then you might want to learn how to do it yourself and save yourself a lot of money. Okay? Model problem number 2. Mr. and Mrs. Newport own a house valued at $90,000. Last year they spent $2,700 on repairs and upkeep. What percent of the value of the house was spent on repairs and upkeep? Well, we're going to take $2,700 and divide it by 90,000, and we're going to get 3% spent. Okay? So this would be one of those years where they spend more than what they budgeted. Okay? So, tonight for homework, let's have you guys do page 110. Page 110 for homework. Okay? Any questions on this? All of it. That's going to be 14, 15 problems. Shouldn't be too much. Okay, if there's no questions,
Okay, your literature review test is Thursday, November 19th. Your review test for vocab is Tuesday, the 17th. And then we have our test 2 in grammar this Friday, the 13th, over sections 4 through 8. Does anybody have any questions on that? Make sure you guys are writing that down so you guys remember. Sorry? Vocab is Thursday. Tuesday, sorry. Tuesday the 17th, Thursday the 19th is literature. Okay, and then this Friday is test 2 in grammar, sections 4 through 8. So go ahead, let's start with the grammar. Take that out. Go to page number, well, hold on. My thing is caught. How does this happen? Okay. Okay, go to your section 4. Section 4 is verbals. Does anybody have any questions on verbals? Okay, notice how a participle is a verb form used as an adjective. A gerund is used as a what class? What is a gerund used as? Good, a noun. And then infinitives can be used as nouns, adjectives, or adverbs, but how do I find what an infinitive is? It has the word what? To plus a verb. Those are infinitives. Okay. Participles, remember how we said those end in denting, D, E, D, E, N, T, I, N, G. Okay, that's how I know what participles are. Those are what class? Adjectives. They describe nouns and pronouns. Good. Okay, and then gerunds are nouns. So those are phrases or verbals. Obviously, there are phrases in section 5. Okay, so section 4 is verbals. Section 5 is a phrase. And then obviously section 6 is a clause. How do phrases and clauses differ? What do clauses have that phrases don't? Subjects and verbs. Okay, clauses have subjects and verbs. There are 2 kinds of clauses. Who can name one? Well, independent or dependent. Okay, those are the 2 kinds of clauses. Then we need to know the classifications of those, which are nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. Okay, 2 kinds of clauses, independent and dependent. Independent can stand on their own. Dependent cannot. Obviously, it's dependent on something. Okay, we started reviewing parts of speech on page number 16 in our workbook. We started reviewing verbs, okay, whether it's transitive, intransitive, or linking or helping. Okay, then the uses within the sentence. Did we already do exercise 31 on page number 16? I'll give you guys a second to open it. No? Okay, we'll do that later, but let's look at exercise 32. Let's review phrases since we already opened to our phrases, okay? Exercise 32. Okay, in the first blank, identify the italicized phrase as a preposition, a participle, or a gerund or infinitive. In the second blank, write noun if the phrase is used as a noun, adjective if it's used as an adjective, or adverb if it's used as an adverb. Okay, so this is just phrases. Okay, shades of blue and brown were used in the abstract painting. Okay, who can tell me, raise their hand and tell me what kind of phrase that is? Esther? It is a what? A preposition. Okay, because we see the word of. That is a preposition. Blue and brown are colors. So those are my OPs. Okay, what is this prepositional phrase used as? Who knows? Besides Esther. Jake? It is an adjective. What is it describing? Shades. Good. Good job. Preposition used as an adjective describing shades. Okay? Number 2, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. What is to bury Caesar, Jaylene? What kind of phrase? It is an infinitive. We see the to plus the verb, which is bury. Okay? Who knows what that is used as, what that phrase is? Ellie, do you know what that phrase is used as? To bury Caesar. Is it just, you have to look at the word that it's describing. Okay? If it's describing something, then it is between an adjective and an adverb. If it's functioning as something, maybe a DO, then we know it's a noun. Okay, but how is its function? What's its use within the sentence? Is it describing something? Okay, what's it describing? Not who. Okay, it's describing what? Who knows? Noah, do you know? Okay, it is answering why he came. So what answers the question why? An adverb. Good. Okay. To bury Caesar is an adverb phrase or infinitive phrase uses an adverb describing the verb come. Why do we come? To bury Caesar. Okay. Number 3, doing the will of God leaves me no time for disputing about his plans. What is doing the will of God? Who knows? Emma, do you know what number 3 is? Doing the will of God? Make sure you're paying attention. Okay? Look at the word doing. Okay? It has an ing. So what 2 things can it possibly be? Or what's the other one? Okay, it could be a gerund or a participle because remember, infinitives, they have the word to plus the verb. So we know it's not an infinitive phrase. Okay, so doing the will of God leaves me no time for disputing. What do you think doing the will of God is functioning as? It is the subject, so what can only be subjects? Parts of speech. Okay. Is it a noun, pronoun, adjective, verb? Who can help her out? Class? It's a noun. So what can only be used as nouns? Gerund. That is a gerund phrase. It is a noun. Okay? Its function is the subject, but it is a noun. Okay? Make sure you're looking for the differences between participles and gerunds. Okay, number 4. Once trusted and admired, Benedict Arnold turned his back on the United States and decided to help the British. What is the phrase once trusted and admired, Grace? It's not a preposition. Okay, the only way that you can tell that it's a preposition if there's an object. Okay, a prepositional phrase has an object. There's no noun to be the object in that phrase. Okay, so it has to be a participle, gerund, or infinitive. Okay, would it be an infinitive? No. So it's either a participle or a gerund. Okay, is it describing anything? Yes, what is it describing? Did you say Benedict Arnold? Good, so it is sorry, I can't hear you. It is a participle used as an adjective. Good. Once trusted and admired is talking about Benedict Arnold. Okay, the number 5. I am a little world made cunningly. Okay. What is made cunningly? Michelle, do you know? It is not an infinitive. Okay, there's no to plus the verb. And it's not an understood. You don't say, I am a little world to made cunningly, so it can't be an infinitive. Okay, so it has to be a participle, a gerund, or a preposition. Do we think it's a preposition? No, it's not. So participle or gerund. Okay? Is it describing anything, or is it functioning as maybe a DO, an IO, or an OP, or PN? Is it functioning as something? Or is it describing something? Yes, it is. Good. So if it's describing world, what's world? Is it a noun, verb, class? What is it? It's a noun. What describes nouns? Adjective. So that is a participle used as an adjective. Good. Okay, let's review clauses. Everyone turn to page number 30 in your handbook. Okay, we said that clauses differ from phrases because clauses have what, class? Subjects and verbs. Good. So we have independent clauses and dependent clauses. Independent clauses and dependent clauses can function as nouns, or dependent clauses function as nouns, nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. Sorry about that. Nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. Those are clauses. Okay, so in this exercise, you're functioning or writing the function or its use if it's a noun, an adjective, or an adverb. So first thing that we look at is if it's describing anything or if it's functioning as something. So functioning, it's a noun. If it's describing something, we need to look at the word that it's describing, okay? So let's look at number 1. Experience is a hard teacher because she gives the test first and the lesson afterwards. Okay? What do you think that clause is? Because she gives the test first and the lesson after. Was that Esther? It is an adverb clause. What is it describing? Is. It's describing the verb, okay? Experience is because she gives the test first and then the lesson afterward. That is an adverb clause. Make sure you guys are writing these answers in as we're going through them. Okay, number 2. A time of adversity may be the time when God speaks most clearly. Okay, Kylie, what's number 2? When God speaks most clearly. Is it functioning something as something, or is it describing something? Not an adverb. Okay? If it would be an adverb, what do you think the word would it be describing? Sorry? So what is time? Is that a noun or a noun, verb? Okay, it is a noun. So what describes nouns and pronouns? Adjective or adverb? Adjective. So it is an adjective clause. It's saying which time? The time when God speaks most clearly. Okay, that is an adjective clause. Number 3, my heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. Okay, is it functioning as something, class? No, it's not functioning, so it has to be describing something, okay? It is an adverb, so what is it describing? Leaps, good. Leaps when I behold a rainbow in the sky. Leaps when? When I behold a rainbow in the sky, okay? That is an adverb, going to the verb leaps. Okay, number 4, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. It is a noun. Good. Because look at your dependent or independent clause. My verb is it, expects. My subject is it. It expects who or what never was and never will be. That is a DO. Okay, so obviously DOs are used as nouns. Okay, that has to be a noun. It's functioning as the DO. Okay, and then number 5, we often despise what is most useful to us. Okay, where's my verb within the independent clause, class? Despise. Where's my subject? We often, what is the word often? It's an adverb describing my verb, so we despise who or what? We despise what is most useful to us. So what is most useful to us is a DO. So what can that be? What can that only be? A noun. Okay, make sure you guys are looking at the use within the sentence and its function or if it's describing, okay? Tonight for homework, do page 17, exercise 34, okay? You need to identify between the noun clause, adjective clause, adverb clause, or the prepositional phrase, participial phrase, infinitive phrase, gerund, or nominative absolute, okay? So remember what nominative absolutes are. They are a participle with its modifiers. So I'll just tell you now, look at number 3, okay? Her hair blowing within the breeze. Okay, there's a substantive there. What is that substantive in that phrase? Okay, it's hair. Remember, substantives are words where nouns and pronouns stand for, right? It's another name for those. So it would be hair. Notice how blowing is the participle within that phrase. So nominative absolutes have a substantive, like hair, okay? And then blowing in the breeze is a participial phrase. So nominative absolutes have substantives and participial phrases or a participle, okay? That's how you know those are nominative absolutes and has absolutely nothing to deal with or grammatically deal with that in the sentence. That's why it's a nominative absolute. Okay, so number 3 already is a nominative absolute. It's not describing her hair blowing in the breeze. It's not describing Emily. It's not functioning as something. Therefore, it is a nominative absolute. Are there any questions on that? Okay, so do exercise 34, numbers 1, 2, 4, or 5. Okay, sorry? 1, 2, 4, and 5. So exercise 34, page 17. Okay, and then you do have a quiz on, or a test on Friday. So if you guys have any questions, but turn to page 34 in your workbook. Okay, sentence structure. You need to know how to tell between these. Okay, how many independent clauses does a simple sentence have? 1, good. Okay, how many dependent clauses does a simple sentence have? None, okay? Simple sentence, 1 independent clause, no dependent. How many dependent or independent clauses does a compound sentence have? 2 or more, okay? How many dependent clauses in a compound sentence? None, okay? Simple and compound have no dependent clauses. Simple has 1 independent clause, compound has 2 or more, okay? Complex sentences, how many independent clauses are in a compound sentence? 1. How many dependent clauses in a complex sentence? 1 or more, okay, that is complex. Now, for compound complex, how many independent clauses are in the compound complex sentence? 2 or more. And then how many dependent clauses in the compound complex? Okay, 1 or more. Okay, complex, it makes it to where basically you need to know the complex part is the dependent clause part of it. So if it does have a dependent clause, it is complex. Okay, or compound complex, we already know that. It just depends on the independent clauses that'll make it simple or compound. Okay, does that make sense, everybody? So simple or compound, simple has 1 independent, compound has 2 or more. Complex, we know it has to have at least 1 dependent clause in order to be complex. Okay, so if I'm evaluating sentences, as long as it has 1 or more dependent clauses, I know it's complex at the least. Then I have to see if it has 1 or 2 or more simple sentences, okay, or independent clauses. That'll make it either simple or compound. Okay, so that'll be on your test on Friday. And then diagramming, okay? Diagramming will be on your test on Friday as well. So make sure that you know the differences between diagramming adverb clauses, okay, adjective clauses, gerund phrases, infinitive phrases, okay? So we can review those more tomorrow, but make sure you guys are studying that. We know that adverb clause diagrams, they have the subordinating conjunction on the line. Adjective clauses do not. And then we know noun clauses. How do we diagram noun clauses, class? Who remembers? Good. On stilts. And we know the words that, whether, and if are usually on floaters above. Okay, the floaters above the diagram. Okay, if you guys look on page 44, whether, that, those are all above. Okay, we diagram noun clauses on stilts. You see adverb clauses or adjective clauses. They are diagrammed below on a different line. But then you notice how adjective clauses, the dotted line connects the words which the adjective introductory word or the relative pronoun is describing. So God, who created the universe, who is my subject within that dependent clause, created as my verb, so that would go on a separate line. But then notice how the dotted line connects God and who, because who is describing God. Same thing with battle, which is connecting to battle. And then there are understood words in 8.31 that you guys need to remember. You diagram understood words with an X. And then adverb clauses, the subordinating conjunction goes on the line. Okay? Make sure you're studying those differences. We'll review more of those tomorrow. Okay, but tonight for homework, do page 17, exercise 34. And then for literature, begin reviewing for your test on Thursday. Okay, so tonight, study Unit 1. Tomorrow, we'll study Unit 2. Thursday, study Unit 3. And then we will review on Monday and Wednesday before our test. It's over Units 1 through 3. But tonight, study Unit 1. Okay, make sure you guys remember some of the characteristics of an epic, okay, and some characteristics of the Anglo-Saxon literature that we studied in Unit 1. I know it seems like a long time ago because it was, but so that's why I start reviewing now so that you'll be ready for your test next week, okay? So go ahead and turn to Unit 1 in English Literature, page number 2. Okay, make sure that you guys have these highlighted in your book, okay, with your notes. Characteristics of Anglo-Saxon literature, love of freedom. Okay, who can give me another one? S. What is it? Good, reverence for womanhood. What else? Who knows? Emma, do you know? Okay, we did love of freedom, reverence for womanhood, characteristics of Anglo-Saxon literature.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very
Good, strong religious convictions. Make sure, remember how we guys put religion, freedom, nature. Okay, you guys need to put what about it, okay? Love of freedom, responsiveness to nature, strong religious conviction or religious convictions, reverence for womanhood, and then what's the last one? Do you know? Devotion to glory. Okay, not just glory, devotion to glory. Okay, give me 4 qualities of an epic. Lofty language. What else? Supernatural elements. Another one. About a great national hero and the struggle between good and evil. Make sure you guys are remembering that. Okay, what is words beginning with the same consonant sounds? Good, alliteration. We are on page number 2. Make sure you guys are following along. Okay, repetition of ideas in slightly differing form. Guys, it's right there on page number 2. Parallelisms. Okay, what is an Anglo-Saxon poet? A scop. Okay, the Gleeman recited these poems. Make sure you know what a strong metaphorical expression is. What is that? Starts with a K. A kenning. Good. Strong metaphorical expressions. Okay, remember the Sefer. It's basically addressing the sea. Okay, and then who was the first Anglo-Saxon poet whose name we know? This is on page number 10. Starts with a C. Caedmon. Okay, or Cadman. He's the first Anglo-Saxon poet whose name we know. And then the Venerable Bede is the guy, he was the founder of English history. Okay, founder of English history was the Venerable Bede. Okay, you just need to review Unit 1 for your test on Thursday the 19th. Tomorrow you'll review Unit 2 and so on, so that we will be prepared for that next week's lessons. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay, and then everybody take out your vocab. Okay, vocabulary, we also have a review test. That is Tuesday, November 17th. Okay, Tuesday, November 17th is a review test. Everyone turn to page 25. Page number 25. So we just finished Unit 3. Now it's a review of the units. Okay, I will make this easy for you. For on your test, I'm not going to ask for synonyms. Okay, I'm just going to ask for definitions and then your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes. Okay, so just start reviewing now. But tonight for homework, go ahead and do page number 26, exercise C. Okay, exercise C is you're kind of reading the sentence and then the word that makes the most sense within that context is what you choose. Okay, so you don't have to memorize the synonyms and the antonyms, just the definitions of words. Tonight for homework, do page 26, exercise C. Okay, page 26, exercise C. Okay, let's do number 1 together. Began to arouse the curiosity of the large audience. Good. Number 1 is peak. Okay, peak is letter B. If you can find what word that is, it's on a number list number 1. It means to arouse, to evoke resentment in. Basically, it's you're drawing interest. Okay, so they drew the interest of, drew the curiosity of the large interest. That is peak. Okay, so that's what you'll do for 2 through 20. Any questions? All right, if there are no questions, you guys are dismissed. It's a little early, but you guys are dismissed.
But why? Has their slides not been working like all day?
Huh?
That's amazing. 10 out of 10. All right. Ha. All right, here we go. Things. 3.1, polynomial equations. In section 2.4, the zero factor property was used to find the zeros of polynomials such as x squared minus x minus 12. First, the polynomial was factored into x plus 3 times x minus 4. Then these factors were set equal to 0 to solve for the solutions. A zero factor property can also be used to solve polynomial equations having a degree higher than 2, provided that the polynomial can be factored. As the degree of polynomial equation increases, the need for a broader general factoring strategy also increases. For example, if we have x to the fourth minus x cubed minus 7x squared plus x plus 6 equals 0, cannot yet be solved because the polynomial cannot be factored using any of the techniques discussed so far. This section develops a strategy for solving equations of any degree. Rational zero theorem. Before the inequation of any degree can be solved, the possible rational zeros need to be determined. For x squared minus x minus 12, its factors were x plus 3 and x minus 4. That produced the zeros x negative 3 and x equals negative 4. However, if a polynomial is of a higher degree, the rational zeros need to be found by another method. The rational zero theorem states that each of the possible rational zeros of a polynomial is a ratio of a factor of the constant term to a factor of the leading coefficient. Okay. This theorem is used to find all the possible rational zeros of a polynomial. These possible rational zeros are needed before the polynomial can be factored. To find the possible rational zeros, divide every factor of the constant term by every factor of the leading coefficient. Remember that when factoring the leading coefficient, only the positive factors are considered. If the leading coefficient is negative, factor out a negative 1 from the entire polynomial before using the rational zero theorem. Okay. So, for example, if we have 2x squared minus 9x minus 5, the factors of my constant term are 1 and 5. Factors of the leading coefficient are 1 and 2. So, my possible ratios of zeros would be 1 over 1, negative 1 over 1, plus 1 over 2, negative 1 over 2, 5 over 1, negative 5 over 1, 5 over 2, or negative 5 over 2. Then, of course, we could have plus or minuses and then simplify. Okay, but that's literally all we do. The final possible factors should be written as concisely as possible. For example, the factors of negative 1 and plus 1 can be written as plus minus 1. Sometimes when the ratios are reduced, a value is repeated. That value will need to be written only once as a possible factor. So let's find the possible zeros of this polynomial here in example A. We have x to the fourth plus 2x cubed minus 7x squared minus 8x plus 12. Okay? So, my factors of 12, okay, if I go through and factor 12, we have 1 and 12, we have 2 and, I don't even know what just happened. We have 2 and 6, we have 3 and 4, and that's it. So those are the possibilities of those, and then this will all be plus minus, okay? Factors of 1 are, well, 1. So we literally are going to go through, and yeah, it's each of these factors plus minus, because when you're dividing by 1, it's just themselves. So my possible zeros, this does not mean every one of them as an answer. Possible zeros. The only possibilities is plus or minus 1, plus or minus 2, plus or minus 3, plus or minus 4, plus or minus 6, and plus or minus 12. All of the numbers are immediately wrong answers. Okay, so it narrows it down. Okay, that's the goal. Again, we're dividing by 1 because that's factors of x to the fourth, but meh. Divided by 1 does nothing. So, example B. If I have 2x cubed plus 5x squared plus x minus 2, well, negative 2, factors of that are going to be, well, 1 and 2. So that'll be plus minus 1 plus minus 2. Okay? The factors of positive 2 at the front are going to be 1 and 2. So my possible zeros are going to be plus minus 1 over 1, plus minus 2 over 1, plus minus 1 over 2, and plus minus 2 over 2. Does that make sense? Because we're taking all the all the factors of the last term over all the factors of the first term. Okay? So then when we simplify, we get plus or minus 1, plus or minus 2, plus or minus 1/2, and this would be plus or minus 1 again, so we don't need to rewrite it. So plus minus 1/2 should go at the beginning, but that's it. Okay. Now, while the rational zero theorem works well for identifying possible zeros, not all the zeros found are actual solutions, obviously. Okay. Consider the quadratic x squared minus 5x minus 6. The rational zero theorem will identify 8 possible zeros, 1, 2, 3, and 6, and their negatives. But the quadratic equation x squared minus 5x minus 6 equals 0 can only have 2 solutions. We know the number of solutions by the power. Okay, so like this one here, we found 6 possibilities. There's only 3 answers. And there's at most 3 answers. Let me word it that way. Okay? Let me see here. For example, the equation x squared minus 5x minus 6 equals 0 factors into x plus 1 times x minus 6 equals 0. The factors can be written as x plus 1 equals 0 and x minus 6 equals 0, and the solutions are x equals negative 1 and x equals 6 are found by solving each equation for x. Observe that by substituting in these values back to the original quadratic produces 0. Thus, factoring the quadratic gives the zeros of the quadratic. More generally, factoring any polynomial will result in the zeros, of that polynomial. The converse is also true. We can find the zeros of a polynomial while identify the factors of that polynomial. The factor theorem states that a polynomial has a factor x minus k if and only if the polynomial is equal to 0 at x equals k. The factor theorem shows both what is a factor and what is not a factor. The following demonstrates that x minus 1 is a factor of x squared plus 2x equal minus 3, but x plus 1 is not. Okay, so if we plug in positive 1, we get 0. So that means x minus 1 is a factor. Okay, if we plug in negative 1, that means it doesn't work, so that means x plus 1 is not a factor. Let's go through a couple of examples to demonstrate this. We have x to the 4th minus, be great if my keyboard decided to work. Okay, minus x cubed minus 7x squared plus x plus 6. Okay, and we're told to check is x plus 2 one of the factors. Okay, in order to test this, I need to plug in negative 2, because that's what I would get with x plus 2 equals 0. Okay, x would equal negative 2. So negative 2 to the 4th minus negative 2 cubed minus 7 times negative 2 squared plus negative 2 plus 6, and we continue on. Negative 2 to the 4th, 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8 times 2 is 16, so I end up with positive 16. Negative 2 to the 3rd is 8, negative of negative is positive, so plus 8, minus 7 times 4 minus 2 plus 6. Simplifying further, 16 plus 8 minus 7 times 4 is, oh goodness, why is my brain freezing? 28, right? Yes, I'm going to go with it. Yes. All right, minus 2 plus 6, and then we go through and do the addition. When we do the addition, we end up with 16 plus 8 is 24. Yes. Minus 28 is negative 4. Minus 2 is negative 6. Negative 6 plus 6 is 0. Okay, so yes, x plus 2 is a factor. Okay, so keep in mind then that x plus 2 is what we were checking, so we plugged in x equals negative 2. Okay, so that's the idea there. Let's look at example D. We have x to the 4th minus x cubed minus 7x squared plus x plus 6. Is this the same equation? Yes. Okay, we're just trying a different thing. So if we're checking for x minus 2 to be a factor, that means I need to plug in x equals 2, right? Okay? So we're going to plug in 2 for all these. So 2 to the 4th minus 2 cubed minus 7 times 2 squared plus 2 plus 6. As we go through and do this, 2 to the 4th is still 16. 2 to the 3rd is 8. Notice that we keep the minus sign now. 7 times 4 plus 2 plus 6. 16 minus 8 is 8 minus, this is 28, plus 2 plus 6. This gives me negative 20 plus 2 plus 6. This gives me negative 12. Negative 12 is not 0, so x minus 2 is not a factor. All right, and that's it. Okay, I'm going to call it there because this section is very dense, and I want to go ahead and spread it out a little bit. So we're going to talk about the synthetic division tomorrow, as well as solving longer polynomial equations. But I want you guys to get used to finding your possible zeros and determining whether or not something is a factor right off the bat, because we're going to need that for the next section, or the next bit. So tonight, for homework, you're on practice 3.1, numbers 1 through 22. And we're going to go ahead and do all. Okay, to be able to get some practice with this. This will be due tomorrow, and then we'll pick up from there. Your next quiz will be on Friday over 3.1 and 3.2. All right, so distance learners, I will see you guys later.